Hello, I'm JTO556, and today I have a very special tutorial for you all. This farm, designed by Daniel and I, is a fully AFK, completely automated slime solution, producing 120,000 slime balls every single hour. This farm functions on all versions of Minecraft Bedrock, including PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and mobile, as well as the Windows edition, of course. To my knowledge, it is the fastest and only completely AFK oozing slime farm available on Bedrock, and today I'm going to be showing you block by block how to build this rather complex machine. To operate it is as easy as can be, with a fully hopper-locked, centralized bulk storage system, easy-to-access potion brewer interfaces, fully automated shulker box crafting, an auto-off system that automatically shuts the farm down anytime you run out of one of these potion ingredients, and the entire farm operated by a single on-off switch. From brewing the potions to crafting the shulker boxes, this farm truly does every single thing for you. It functions by damaging allays who have been splashed with infestation potions. 3 allays in stacked minecarts are suffocated, causing them to be damaged and spawn silverfish. These silverfish fall down into a chamber with minecarts on an activator rail, and they pile up here while the activator rail is turned off, and then they're splashed with oozing. The activator rail is turned on, and a giant wave of silverfish falls down into this chamber with soul sand and wither roses on the bottom. Hoppers are able to pick up the slime balls directly through the soul sand, and at 2 times hopper speed, all of those slime balls are automatically crafted into slime blocks. The slime blocks make their way through this system into a 2 times hopper speed shulker loader, and then once this shulker box fills up, it's broken and sent all the way back up into our main storage system here. As you can see, we produced a massive amount of slime blocks in a very short amount of time. This farm only ran for, I don't know, not long. It makes 120,000 slime balls per hour, and to give you some reference for those rates, this is the first Bedrock Edition fully AFKable farm for slime that can comfortably keep up with Java slime farms and can even outpace a good number of them. This is about 4,000 slime balls per hour faster than the design that RaiseWorks has most recently posted. And when you just search up fastest slime farm Bedrock, it's between 10 and 20 times faster than all of the top results. So this farm is really something. It's not going to be a build for the faint of heart, but I'm going to do my best to make things easy for you. And before we get into things, please remember to like and subscribe. This video is going to be really a long one. A lot of effort went into not just the video, but of course into designing this thing. Liking and subscribing really helps me to continue being able to put out videos that show just how great Bedrock tech can be, and moves us past the standard for Bedrock being what's the fastest, easiest, simplest thing, and into just what really is possible in this version of the game. So without further ado, let's jump into things. This is a rather complicated build, so to help me along, I'm going to be using a resource pack from Structura. Some of you may recall our use of this in constructing the potion brewer in episode 10 on the Amelix SMP. If you join our Discord, link in description, I've posted the resource pack for anyone to use as they wish. How this works is an armor stand is placed down, and it renders ghost blocks for us to use as a guide. Then we can go layer by layer, constructing this very difficult build in a way that everyone can follow. Editor JTO here, and first off, I want to say, kudos to you guys who are jumping into the tutorial section here, because I know how long this video is going to be, and the JTO who was making that video, he had absolutely no clue. The reason I'm jumping in here in post is to talk about chunk borders. So this farm really should be chunk aligned, and at the very least, these potion brewers need to be. So what you need to do is ensure that when you build this farm, if you come down to the bottom here, this very first line of packed ice that you place, it's going to be the very first thing that I mention in the tutorial, okay? This line of packed ice, when you're looking at the farm, okay, this line of packed ice needs to be on a chunk border. It needs to be new chunk to the left, on the chunk border to the right, okay? And you'll see there's going to be soul sand over on your left side, so if you're looking at it from this way, this packed ice needs to be just across the chunk border. And if you're looking at it this way, the packed ice needs to be just in front of the chunk border, okay? Directionality is not important in this farm, but the potion brewers need to be all contained within one chunk. So I don't know how I forgot to mention this at the very beginning of the tutorial, but I figured I had better jump in now before anybody builds this thing and runs into issues because they didn't chunk align it. Alright, I'll hand you back to past me now. For the first layer, all we're going to need is a single soul sand and some packed ice. Now, you don't have to build this floating up in the air, you could build it directly along the ground, but when we build this on the Amelix SMP, we are going to be building it in the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 packed ice. And the direction in which you build this farm doesn't matter at all. On to layer 2, we're starting to see water streams. Now, I recommend not placing water streams until the very end, just so that if anything spills out, or you have to tear anything down, you're not going to have water going everywhere and maybe messing with your redstone. First, we want a glow lichen that is 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks, and place it on the 5th, out from the end without the soul sand. Then we're going to want to take glass and go all the way around Then we want a dropper. Pointing into our water stream next to this white concrete. And we want an upside down stair in this orientation, like so. Now, to finish off layer 2, we're just going to take a hopper and have it pointing into our dropper. For layer 3, we're going to place a redstone block over top of our upside down stairs. We want an observer pointing downwards. We want a glass block over top of our dropper and a soul sand on top of our hopper. Now we're just going to take glass blocks and we're going to cap off where our water stream is going to be. On to layer 3. We want our observer to be watching a redstone lamp. Comparator pointing into the redstone lamp, reading from a shulker box. This shulker box is going to have 2 hoppers pointing into it. We want a redstone dust on top of our redstone block. And we want a dispenser, not a dropper, a dispenser, pointing into our shulker box with 2 hoppers feeding into it, like so. Next, we're going to come over this way, and we're going to be extending up this tube that we've started building. And now we're going to come over here and build this shape. Now, I know this looks like nonsense right now. It's one of the disadvantages of using Structura, but I promise that as the layers come together, everything will start to make sense. So, we're going to start from this hopper pointing directly into our dispenser, and we're going to come out 1, 2, 3 blocks, and this is going to be our starting point for your first glass block on number 4. You can go ahead and break your placeholder blocks there, and then we're just going to fill this shape in. So from this glass block, we're going to go back 1, 1, 2, back 2 more, and then we're going to make 1 more turn and 2 more. Next, we're going to take a placeholder block and put it right there. Glass block. And then to the left, we want 4 blocks extending back. From our second block in the row we just placed, we're going to do 2 glass blocks to the left. And then from the final block in this 4 block line, we're going to extend out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we're going to come back in 1. From here, our final 2 blocks are going to be 1, 2, 3, and then on the 4th and 5th, we're going to go back 1 more block. When you're done, it should look something like this. Keeping things moving, over on the left side here, we're going to be finishing off our shulker loader. You want to have a double chest on top of your front hopper here. Then we're going to want a piston facing downwards. To do that, you can come around here. And go ahead and break that block. A redstone dust on top of our redstone lamp. White concrete. White glass. or any color of glass that you choose. Dispenser pointing upwards. A soul sand on top of this hopper here. Another glass block on top of the other hopper. Then we're going to need a redstone torch. And this torch on the side of the piston here is going to actually get depowered by a softened version, a very useful Bedrock exclusive mechanic. And that's what's going to repower our dispenser here to dispense new shulker boxes when this one gets filled up. Now, inside of this dispenser here, we're going to want to put a powdered snow bucket. Now, we're going to take some packed ice, and we're going to extend another line here. Oh, I forgot another hopper pointing into our double chest here, of course. And that's to make this entire shulker loader 2 times hopper speed, which is necessary due to just how insanely fast this farm is. Now we're going to take some packed ice and we're going to extend this line all the way back until it runs into where our pillar is. Our water column is going to increase by 1 in height. We want a white concrete on our 3rd block away from our hopper here. And this is where all of that glass pattern starts to make some sense. As you can see, it's just acting as a support system for all of the redstone components that we have to place on this layer. All of the redstone here is going to be working towards our auto crafting of slime balls into slime blocks. And to start, we're going to want a redstone repeater on 1 tick into our solid block there. On the side of that, we're going to put a target block. Then we're going to come over here and place another target block. We want redstone dust snaking all the way along around here. We want a comparator, repeater, and we want a dropper facing upwards. Into that dropper, we'll have a hopper. And now all the way along this side, we want 3 target blocks. Now we're going to come around to here, and we want 3 redstone dust. And then this comparator is going to be reading from a composter. This composter is going to be on fill level 1. On the other side of this composter, we just want a single glass block. Now we're going to keep going with the redstone, snaking all the way to here, where we're going to have a solid block, 2 more redstone dust, a comparator pointing into the solid block we just placed. We want a target block from the front of that solid block. Now we want another solid block that this comparator is reading from. And finally, 4 more redstone dust and a jack-o'-lantern right there. So it should look something like this. Going up another layer, we once again start seeing more water streams, and I would continue to suggest that you wait until the end to place these. We're going to take glass, and as per usual at this point, we're increasing our bubble column height by 1. Next, starting over on top of the right side of our double chest over here, we're going to put a glass line, and this is going to just connect up. Then we want a single glass pane on top of our hopper. And on the other side, another glass block. Glass is going to get filled in over this entire area, except for right here, which is where your powdered snow is going to go. You don't need to worry about this, as we've already placed it in the dispenser. Next, we're going to want an observer that's going to be watching our powdered snow. And that observer is going to point into a solid block. We want one more glass block there to close this whole thing up. And then we're going to need a button on top of our soul sand, and this only serves the purpose of blocking mob spawns. While you're at it, you can go ahead and come back down here to place a button on the side of this solid block, and that'll just let you manually remove the shulker box from your shulker loader. Now we're breaking out the packed ice again, and we're going to make a line going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks out from here. It should be just 1 block right of your glass pane. And then we're going to come to the other side here, and 1 block left of the mill block of your water column. You're going to come out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're going to have a 1 block gap and a redstone block. Now we come over here, and we're going to cover this section with glass for 5 blocks total. Now it's time to place in about 1,000,000 redstone torches. We can ignore this regular torch here. That's just for decoration. We're going to want a redstone block, or redstone torch rather, on top of every single one of the target blocks that you've placed, as well as on top of the jack-o'-lantern, on the side of our ice block here, on the side of our ice block here, in between the jack-o'-lantern and the target block. And then we're going to need a repeater on top of our composter. And some redstone dust connecting up to what we've got on the bottom. Now we're going to take a crafter, and this crafter is going to be pointing into a line of droppers. And you want to just make sure that those all point towards the water stream that's going to be right here. Finally, for this layer, we're just going to have a hopper pointing into our crafter, and it should look something like this. Quick fix. We're actually going to be coming back over to this side. This redstone torch is actually supposed to be on top of a target block. So there's supposed to be a target block right here, and then we want a redstone torch on top of that. Our next layer is mostly a lot of glass. You're familiar with the pattern now. We're going to be increasing our water column by 1. And we need a glass pane in the corner here. Next, we're going to be coming out at a diagonal here. And we're going to continue this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is going to be a new drop area. We're going to want another glass pane here, and then you can continue with glass 1, 2 blocks. Next, we want a glass block here, 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 and here. And you might have guessed that this is quickly turning into yet another drop chute. We want an iron trapdoor on this block here. And now we're back to glass, which is going to wrap all the way around. The jack-o'-lanterns are for lighting, and these should be jack-o'-lanterns because these are also solid blocks and are used for redstone purposes. And we want a glass block here, which, as you can see, is going to contain the water stream that's going to go here. Now we can come around to this side, and on top of our redstone block, we're going to place a slime block, and next to that, a glazed terracotta. Moving to the front from the glazed terracotta, we want a line of glass connecting up to our pillar here. And now we're going to pivot to packed ice. This packed ice is going to wrap all the way around. And it looks like we missed a glass block there. We want the packed ice all the way along this front and along the back here. These water streams are separate from the ones that are going to be above them, so you can probably already predict that on the next layer we're going to be containing these water streams. Now, in the center here, we can do our hopper layout. Now, these hoppers all point outwards except for the middle hopper. The middle hopper points straight down. So to make this easiest, we're actually going to be placing the middle hopper first. And then we're going to place in all of our droppers. All of these droppers need to be facing upwards, so I recommend starting from one of the glass blocks in the corners here. And it looks like we missed a glass block. And there. So you should have this sort of pattern here with 3 along the left and right, and then 1 on either side. Now we can place in our hoppers, and we want 1 pointing into each of our droppers. When you're finished, it should look like this, and a good indicator that everything is correct so far will be if this hopper here, the middle left hopper, is locked. Moving up again, we're going to want a glazed terracotta and a slime block on top of their lower layer counterparts. And now we're ready to start placing in crafters. We're going to want crafters on top of every single one of our droppers here. And all of them should be pointing outwards. Remember that we have water streams coming in this area that you can start to see take shape. And all of these crafters are going to be shooting into those water streams. Now, we're going to take hoppers, and same as before, all of our hoppers are going to be pointing to the sides, except for the middle one, which is going to be pointing downwards. So each of these crafters should have a dropper pointing into them and a hopper. Now we're going to come all the way over to this side, and we're going to want a scaffolding on top of our trapdoor and a scaffolding to the side of it. This is going to make use of a very nifty wiring trick to quickly transmit a signal a long ways downwards. And we want a redstone torch on top of our jack-o'-lantern. This is one of the reasons why I said it's important to use jack-o'-lanterns and not some other light source. It needs to be a solid block. Now we're ready for, once again, more glass. And you guessed it, this column keeps going upwards. Now, we just need to contain our water streams again. And we're going to want a glass pane in the corner here. And we want glass blocks coming along through there. We're continuing up all of our previously established columns. Now we're going to take glass blocks and coming 1, 2, 3 blocks there, and we can just leave this block empty. Next, off of our back middle crafter, we're filling in 3 blocks on either side, capping off our water stream here. And continuing to keep it contained. Next, we want another glass pane right there. And we're back over to this side with glass blocks coming 2 forward off of our glazed terracotta, 2 backward off of the left edge of our water column here, and then 2 and 3 filling in all of the spaces around these water streams. So you can just make sure that none of this water is going to spill out and that you have glass panes on the ends of where these water streams are going to be. In a lot of ways, if you're following along with this, it might be easier to not use Structura just because these ghost blocks can make it a little bit hard to see if you've missed something. So maybe only use the Structura if you don't feel like watching this tutorial that at this point I'm sure is going to be rather long. Moving up once again, this time we're going to start with the glass, and we keep continuing this pillar upwards. We want another slime block and another glazed terracotta. From the glazed terracotta moving forwards, we're going to have 2 solid blocks. And now, on top of all of these glass blocks here, all 5, we want white solid blocks, or any color really. Then on the end of that line of solid blocks, we want a glass and another glass going backwards, and we're just making a little left turn there, sort of snaking around. Continuing this line backwards, we want 3 solid blocks, glass block, solid block. Now we're coming back to the right, glass block, back 1 glass block, and now another line of 5 solid blocks. Make another turn to loop back around, and you should be connected back to your glazed terracotta. Now we get to a part that's a little bit difficult to place, but this is a good time if you are using Canopy to utilize flipping arrows. All of these crafters are going to be pointing downwards into the water streams, and all of the hoppers on the outside are going to be pointing outwards, and on the inside are going to be pointing, let's see if I can find a spot to sneak down here. Are going to be pointing downwards. And that's supposed to be a glass block. So the easiest way to fill these in is going to be to start in the middle. All of these just point straight down. You don't need to mess with it at all. And then you're going to want to place in all of the crafters. If you come down to the edge here, you can remove some of these ice lines and maybe have an easier time placing them in facing downwards. Or, like I said, you could use flippin' arrows with Canopy and make your life a whole lot easier. Once you have all of your crafters placed in facing downwards into your water streams, like this, you're going to just go around and have a hopper pointing into each and every one of them. And it should look like this. Now, to finish off this layer, we're going to come and place another scaffolding block right here, and then glass here, 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 and here, and you can see this becoming another drop chute. For our next layer, we're continuing both of our drop chutes up by 1. Another scaffolding. And then now we're going to place about a bajillion hoppers, all pointing into our crafters again. So we want crafters pointing downwards on top of all of our crafters. And then I can show it from the side here. We want hoppers pointing into all of those hoppers pointing downwards. And then finally, in the middle again, we have all hoppers pointing straight down. And I bet that if you don't have an iron farm right now, you're really wishing you did. We're going to continue our slime block pillar up 1 more block. And now we're going to want redstone dust on all of our solid blocks and the glass connecting them that we placed in the layer below. Actually, on this block here, we're going to want a repeater. Sorry about that. And we want that repeater pointing towards the front. And that is going to complete this layer. From here, the layers get easier for a little bit, so don't worry. And then they get really, really hard again. But we're going to have a nice little intermission here for a second and build something that's a little bit easier. For this layer, we're going to continue our scaffolding and our slime towers. We're going to continue both of the drop chutes that we have going. We're going to want glass blocks on top of only the outside most hoppers. And then we're going to fill in this entire middle area with soul sand. And that's it for this layer, just in case you didn't believe me that things were going to get easier for a little bit. For the next layer, we've got another scaffolding and glass blocks to extend our drop chute over here and our bubble column over here. Instead of another slime block, we're keeping things interesting by having a sticky piston facing downwards. And then we want wither roses on the 9 central blocks. These wither roses are the fastest way for us to kill all of our slime, and it's convenient because soul sand is not quite a full block, and these hoppers underneath are able to pull items directly through them. This lets us avoid using any hopper minecarts in this build. Now, surrounding our 9 wither roses, we just want a nice ring of walls. And these do have to be walls. They cannot be solid blocks. For some reason, when slime are splitting, the only thing that will contain them is walls. Doesn't matter which type of wall, but it has to be walls. On this layer, we've got, yet again, some more scaffolding and glass to contain this drop chute. This drop chute, for anyone who's wondering, is going to actually be what sends shulker boxes from our shulker box crafter, that's going to be way up there, all the way down to our shulker loader anytime that we need a new shulker box. And this scaffolding is a great trick to tell our shulker crafter that it needs to make one more. Over to our bubble column, we're going up again. And diagonal to the front of our build, we want a redstone block. Now we're going to raise our walls by 1. You know the drill by now. Scaffolding, extend the chute, extend the bubble column, and this time, on top of our redstone block, we're going to have a slime block. And again, our walls go up by 1. This layer is identical to the last one. So every single block you placed in the last layer, just do that again, but on top of everything else. Now, I know for some of you this tutorial is going to be painfully slow and a little bit tedious, but I'm trying to give enough time for you to build as you follow along, and ideally you're able to easily pause and do what you need to do and then jump right back into the tutorial. I want this to be easy to follow more than anything because it's an extraordinarily complicated build and there are about 10 million things that could go wrong every single step of the way, especially once we get to the real redstone in this build, which is way up at the top. This was our last layer of walls here, so we're going to be mixing it up a little with our next layer. We want a ring of solid blocks all the way around. Add one more to our slime pillar here. Continue up our 2 pillars. And another scaffolding, of course. And that layer is already done. Now we're going to extend our pillars, same as before. Slime block, glass, and scaffolding. And now on top of all of our solid blocks, we're going to place glass blocks. Now inside that ring of glass blocks, we're going to restrict this area down to a single block hole by using solid blocks here. And you should just have one block directly in the center. Now this layer that we're going to build is going to happen 5 times. So we're going to build the first one, and this is going to be your first out of 5, and then you're going to repeat every single one of these blocks 4 more times. So we're just extending our pillars. And then on top of the solid blocks, we want glass. This glass, by the way, here can be a solid block, but glass is nicer because it lets you see things falling down. Okay, so this is 1 of 5 of what you just saw. Let's build 4 more and then resume with the build. Now that you have all 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers built, we're going to go to the top layer that you built, and we want 2 filler blocks going right off of your shulker box drop tower. And we want 2 glass blocks going forward. You can go ahead and remove your filler blocks. Same with all previous layers. We are going to still need to continue our drop chutes. And our slime pillar. Now, on top of the 2 glass blocks I had you place floating out here, we're going to have a redstone dust and then a repeater on 2 ticks. That repeater is going to be pointing into a solid block. And on the left side of the redstone dust, we're going to have a glass block. Now we just want a ring of glass all the way around the tower that we just built. A coral fan on the side inside that ring. And then we want 2 glass blocks diagonal from our solid block. Same as with our previous layers, we are continuing all of our towers upwards. And this time, we are starting to get to the fun parts again. Woohoo! So we want a solid block and another solid block. Redstone dust. And we want an activator rail right here. Facing that activator rail, we're going to place a dispenser, not a dropper, a dispenser, with a hopper pointing into it. Then we're going to take some glass, and we're going to surround what is going to be a water stream. This water stream is going to start in this corner and flow towards our drop chute here. For lighting, we want a glow lichen right there. Now, This is a good moment to put in the mine carts that are going to be sitting on this activator rail right here. There are going to be 9 mine carts. So the easiest way to stack these and put them in is to just put all of them into your dispenser, take a redstone block or any other power source, and then just place and break. And you see the dispenser's empty, and all of those mine carts are now in our one space right here. Now, I promise we are getting close to the end of these columns here, but we've got to keep chugging along and get these all the way to the top. So we shall continue to talk about them increasing 1 block at a time. Now, thankfully, our slime block pillar is done, and we're going to want a solid block diagonal towards the left of the farm, and we want a sticky piston facing downwards. Then on the back of that solid block, we want a glass block. Now we're going to come over to this side, and we're going to place a redstone dust that will connect up with everything else. We want a glass block on top of everything, pretty much, other than, of course, our minecarts. Because remember, this area is going to have a water stream in it, and about a gajillion entities to boot, so we definitely don't want any of them leaking out. Off the back side, in the middle here, we want 2 back, and 2 to the right. And then we're going to have on this side, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks going towards the front. Now we can come back over here and we can place a double chest on top of our hopper. Then we want a hopper leading into that. 2 packed dice going forward, and 2 packed dice going to the left. Now we'll take 2 comparators. We'll have this one, and it's going to be on subtract mode. And then we want a comparator facing into the side of it. Next, we're going to place a barrel that this comparator is going to read from. And inside this barrel, we want to fill all of the slots with a non-stackable is probably the easiest, except for 2 of them. So completely full except for 2 slots. Once your barrel looks something like this layer is complete. For this layer, we are going to start over on our sort of slime block pillar over here. We want redstone dust on top of the solid and glass block. Then we want a glass block off of the end of our redstone line going to the back. Then we want 3 glass blocks in this L shape pointing towards the left. And then we're going to continue this bubble column up again. Now, on top of this L shape that sort of points towards the back here, we want redstone dust on all of those blocks. And now we're going to fill in 2 rows of 5 glass blocks, or 3 rows rather. And then over on the edge, we're going to take redstone dust. We're going to go 2 redstone dust, a repeater on 1 tick, and then redstone dust extending all the way in a line out towards the second to last block of the glass line we had sticking out from the layer below. On top of the final glass block, a solid block, and then off the end of that solid block, an iron trapdoor. Now we have a lot more glass to fill in, so we're going to go glass here, 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 and here. Then we're going to want a honey block on top of the hopper leading into our chest there. We want a coral fan on this block here. And we want glass blocks to contain what is clearly going to become a water stream. And once you have all those glass blocks filled in, you can come over and you want a glass block there and there. And of course, we're continuing our shoulder drop chute. Okay, so for this layer, we have some more glass block craziness going on. We're going to start with 2 scaffolding right here, and you'll notice that that is the same setup that we have going on down here. We are using some more scaffold wiring. Now for the glass, up like that, forward 2, back 3 in that same row, and we're going 1 back to the right. Now we're going to want redstone dust on top of all of these 3 blocks here, and we want a redstone block off to the side right here. Then we want 1 more redstone dust, and we want glass and glass. Now we've got a sort of floating row right here, just diagonal to the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a solid block, which is in the middle here. Then we have another area that's going to be water streams, so we're going to surround this. And we have 3 redstone dust. Coming back around. Oops, missed that one there. We want to come all the way forward 4 blocks. 1 to the left, and then we're making another little drop chute. And of course, the scaffold wire goes up 1 more. Now, to finish this layer off, we've got a solid block and a redstone torch. Oops, almost forgot. We have a glow lichen right there. For this layer, we're going to start with something that I'm sure many of you are happy to see, and that is finishing off this first bubble column that has been going since the very beginning. We've got 3 more glass blocks, and then now we're just going to come out 9 packed ice, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and cap it off with a soul sand. Then we're going to do some redstone dust. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, a repeater pointing into that redstone dust, a solid block, and that redstone dust should turn on. We want a solid block on top of our redstone torch there. Now we're going to come to the back, and while we're over here, we might as well put a slime block on top of our redstone block. On this back line here, connected up, we want a redstone dust, a repeater on 1 tick, a solid block, 4 redstone dust, and then another solid block on the end. Over here, we're going to put an observer pointing downwards, and then a glass block on the back of that. Now we're going to come over to shulker drop chute. We're going to raise this up 1 more, along with the scaffolding wire. And we're going to place a bunch more glass blocks. We're going to loop all the way around the same structure that we did on our last layer. We're going to come 1 forward right here, and then we're going to finish that off right there. Once you have something that looks like this layer is complete. Sorry folks, I'm getting demented in my old age. We still needed to raise this up 1 more right here. In addition, we needed a glass block there and a scaffolding block there. I'm sorry for my egregious mistakes. I will try to do better in the future. To start off our next layer, we're going to raise the scaffolding up by 1. Then we're going to construct the area surrounding our water stream over here. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3 like that. And then this line is just going to extend all the way back to here, where it's going to link up with our bubble column. Over on this side, we're just going to want 2, because we're going to have, I know it looks like these connect, they're not actually going to. We want a blue ice there, and then we're going to continue this line all the way forwards until it lines up with the end right here with the soul sand. And we want a glow lichen on the ice. And a button inside the glass right there. Next, we'll take a slime block, continue that line up. We're going to go ice block just off of this other ice block in the wall here. And then we're going to come back 4 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 to the right. and then back an additional 5 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're going to cap that off with a soul sand. We can make our way back to the front now to place even more glass. We're going to raise this column up one more, and then we're going to continue it forward 1, 2, 3 blocks. We're going to skip a block here, so we want 1 block gap, 2, 3, and then we're rounding a corner, and we just want 2 blocks, like so. Now we're going to come over here and do 1, 2, and we want 1, 2, and then 1 on the left. Then we're going to go towards the back 1 block, 1, 2, and raise our scaffolding wire, shulker, crafter, drop tube thing up another block. We'll go 1, 2, and then diagonal off of this solid block, going towards the front, 1 more glass, and a redstone torch on top of the solid block. Back to glass, we're going to be looping around again. You'll see that this is starting to create a bit of a chamber here. And we're going to want 1 wall right in the corner. And this wall is what the allays in minecarts are going to sit on. Then we have another glass block here. We've got a glass block here. And we've got a glass block here. Now we'll need a redstone torch on top of this solid block, and then 2 powered rails on top of the observer and the glass block. Now we need a redstone dust here, connected up to the line that this repeater is feeding. And we need a redstone dust there, which, as you can see, is starting to snake upwards for us. Before we move on to the next layer, we're going to go over something that I missed and just now noticed, and that is that this comparator reading from our double chest here is supposed to be pointing into a block with a redstone torch on top of it. All of the mistakes that I've made thus far in the tutorial are not a great sign of things to come, but we must keep pushing on. I promise that if something is really not making sense in the build, I probably will catch it and get to it at the end here, so there's no need to worry. Everything is going to work by the end of this, I promise. Pinky promise. All of that good stuff. Just stick around to the end, keep on building. I hope that this has been easy enough to follow so far. Something this complicated is rather difficult, even when I had a big part in designing it. It's just there's a ton going on here, and this is not a super intuitive way to build, but I hope that at the very least it's making it pretty easy for you to just kind of copy and paste it into your world, if that makes sense. You guys can yell at me in the comments if this was an absolutely atrocious way to build it and we should have done something totally different. But the goal here is to make this as accessible as possible to as broad an audience as possible. Alright, on to the next layer. So this layer is where things are going to start getting really complicated again. The first thing we want to start off with is going to be our scaffolding wires. So these are going to go up by another block on both of them. And we're going to do that so that you can just take the scaffolding out of your hotbar and move to something else, because there are about 1,000 different materials needed and used in this layer. We'll take our glass, and we're going to be capping off our water stream here. And I'm sure some of you are thinking, oh my gosh, you said we were done with the original bubble column, but actually we're just moving it 10 blocks over and continuing it. And you know what? Yeah, that's kind of fair. You're right. But this way, we don't need a big thing sticking out. It hugs the farm. It's all nice and tight. So we're going to just cap off this water stream. We're going to continue going all the way across until we're over top of our button. Then we're going to want glass blocks all the way along the right side here. And then we're going to go 2 more this way. We want a jack-o'-lantern. I recommend having these be pointing in a direction where you won't have to see their face. And an observer pointing into that jack-o'-lantern. Then we're going to come over 1 block, and we want a dispenser pointing towards the front. Now we're back to glass. We're going to be wrapping around this other water stream. Solid block here. Back to glass. And, you know, we're just keeping this water stream contained. Glass, glass, glass. And here we need to switch to terracotta, glazed terracotta that is, so that our slime block tower doesn't stick to it. And we're back to glass, glass, glass. And we're going to just keep on wrapping all the way around here. Now we can go ahead and take a solid block and place it right there. Then we want to make this little L shape. And all we're doing here is continuing up the area that we have done before. So you can see we've got our chamber here. And we just are fully surrounding that. Then we're going to take a dispenser, and we're going to want that pointing directly at our wall. And we want a hopper pointing into that dispenser. We're going to take a comparator readout from the dispenser and point that into a jack-o'-lantern. With a redstone torch on its back. And you can see it lights up our rails here. Now we're going to come over just to the right of it. We've got an air gap, and then a solid block with a comparator pointing into it. Then we're going to have 2 hoppers that are pointing into one another. You can see it from underneath here. And so we'll just do this. and then pointing into it. And we want another comparator taking the output from the second hopper. So as you can see, this is going to be a clock here. Then we're going to come over to this side, and we want 3 redstone dust, and it'll be connected to this same line that we've been making here. And we're going to end it with a jack-o'-lantern. Except we want it to be pointing this way so that we don't have to see the face. Then we're going to take a glass block and go right here, and a solid block and go right here. And then we just want power rails on all 3 of these blocks, but we want this to be going up, so we're going to have to place a 4th and then break it like so. Now we're going to do 2 repeaters in a row on 2 ticks each. And we're going to fill in the glass here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in line with our second repeater. And then 1, 2 in line with the first. Now we can take another, well, let's do this line of glass first to make it easy to place. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, and 1. Now we can very easily place our jack-o'-lantern here, an observer powering into that jack-o'-lantern, an observer powering into our 2 repeaters. And then this powdered snow is going to be also coming from a dispenser, and that is this dispenser right here. So we can just place some filler blocks. Dispenser. And we want a powdered snow bucket in that dispenser. Well, real smooth, JTO. Real smooth. We can go ahead and remove that solid block there. And we're going to want a solid block on this side. We're going to be doing another of these hopper clocks. So comparator pointing into our solid block, comparator pointing into a solid block, and then 2 hoppers pointing into one another. And the reason we haven't put in items yet is just so that this isn't clocking while we're building the lair. And once you have everything looking like this, we are going to go ahead and put some items into these hoppers. Each of these are going to get 26 items. So pick a hopper, it doesn't really matter at this point, and pick 26 items. And once you've got 26, you're all good to go. From here, you're ready to move on to the next layer. Before we move to the next layer, even if you're ready, I'm not quite. So the reason for that is because I forgot more redstone dust. 2 to be precise. And you might have noticed that this repeater here didn't hook up to anything, nor did this line that we were having creep upwards. So that is the reason for that. And I also forgot a redstone dust here and a glass block there on the layer that I just said we were finished with. So just keeping you on your toes, guys. It was a test, actually, all along. Alright, never mind. Next layer. Things are really starting to get fun now as we are getting into the real guts of the redstone here. I say the guts, really, maybe brains is the better comparison. We want our powered rail here that I removed for some reason in the row before. Then we're going to take an observer reading from that. And have it pointing into 2 repeaters, each on 1 tick. And in classic me fashion, I've forgotten even more blocks. Solid block on the end of our 2 repeaters there. We're going to extend our scaffolding wire up 1 more. We want a glass block next to a redstone torch here. Now we're going to come over to the side here, and you're going to start to notice a pattern where this and this are mirror copies of each other. The reason for that is we are starting to get into the potion brewers here, and these potion brewers are amazing. 100% Daniel. He came up with them on very short notice, and they work phenomenally. So that's why we have 1 on each side. We need 1 for oozing potions and 1 for infestation potions. To start on the first potion brewer, we're going to put a glass block here, a solid block here, a glass block here, and then we want a dropper facing downwards. And this is linking up to our water stream that's going to be right here, and restock our oozing potions. Now we want a comparator pointing into this dropper, 2 redstone dust, and we're making a little pulse extender here. So 2 comparators going towards the front, solid block, redstone dust, 2 comparators pointing towards the back, redstone torch, repeater on 1 tick, comparator reading from a composter, and just for my sake, you're going to see a bunch of composters on this layer. We're going to take care of that at the end of the layer instead of right now. Now we want an observer pointing upwards, watching downwards, if that is the easier way to explain it. Then we've got a solid block with a redstone torch on the side. That should be powering your dispenser here with the powdered snow in it. Then we've got a target block. And we've got a repeater on 4 ticks. By the way, the timings are super important in these potion brewers, so make sure that those are correct. Then we've got another composter, and just to reorient a little bit, here's our front. So that composter is to the right, and it is what this comparator pointing into our downwards facing dropper is reading from. Now we've got Redstone Dust and Redstone Dust and Redstone Dust, and you can see we're building our hopper clock here. So we're going to need a Redstone Block, and we're going to need some pistons. And they are going to start moving back and forth. That is perfectly okay. Now we can come over to the other side, and the first thing we might want to do is complete this hopper clock. With a redstone block there. Redstone dust, and a piston. And now our 2 hopper clocks are complete. Then we're going to come over here, and we're going to need a copper bulb. The block palette is truly astounding for this build. For those of you thinking, man, who in the world could possibly build this in survival mode? Well, the Amelix SMP is who. We very much are going to be building this, and we're probably going to be doing it very, very shortly, as we're going to be building a World Eater. So you need a solid block that the comparator reading from the copper bulb is pointing into. Then we're going to do a soul sand on top of our hopper, and we're going to be taking some blue ice, or packed ice rather, come back 2, and then over 3. From here, we can continue up our bubble column, and this water stream is going to be feeding our infestation potions. We're going to want to just cap that water stream off to make sure that everything is covered up, nothing can leak in. And we've made our way back to our other potion brewer. Now, before we jump into this, let's finish off all of our glass blocks, just to make it nice and easy. So, off of our observer that's watching the powered rails, we're going to have 2 glass blocks going to the right. And then we're making just a little hoop here. And we're going backwards off of the copper bulb, going forwards. 1, 2, 3. Move over 1 block. 1, 2, 3. Over 1 block. 1, 2. And over 1 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, a glass block here. And we've still got to bring up our scaffold wiring for what feels like the millionth time. Now let's knock out this mirrored potion brewer. We're going to want a solid block here. Redstone dust, redstone dust, redstone dust. Make our pulse extender. And put in our dropper pointing downwards. And let me do that. And replace the blocks we broke. Now, same as the other side, we want a comparator pointing into the dropper, reading from a composter, with a target block moving to the outside of it. Then a repeater on 4 ticks. Solid block, redstone torch, and an observer pointing upwards. Now we want a redstone torch on top of our jack-o'-lantern. We want a repeater on 1 tick, a comparator, and that comparator is going to be reading from another composter. I believe, finally, we've got to raise up our bubble column and raise up our slime block pillar once more. All said and done, this is what it should look like. So I done goofed again and mixed up these hopper clocks with the ones in the potion brewers. So these hopper clocks, the right hopper clock, so when you're looking at it from the front, okay, which would mean your scaffold wiring is on the left, okay? That's, by the way, I hope I haven't been too confusing when I refer to the front or the back. I've tried to make it pretty clear, but scaffold wiring on the left means you're looking at it from the front. So that hopper clock is going to have 32 items in it. So let's go fix that. So this should be 32. Now let's go around to the other side. And this hopper clock, which is substantially easier to reach, is going to have 1 stack and let me double check this here before I do something silly again. It's going to have 1 stack and 24. So we were way off here. So 24 and then 1 stack. Let's see, which of these items do I not like? Activator rails, not going to need any more of those. So now that those are fixed, we are ready to fill up these composters. So for the sake of ease of dialogue here, these two composters are going to be referred to as the outside composters. And the outside composters are both going to get a fill level of 5. So fill level 5 and fill level 5. The inside composters are only going to get a fill level of 1. And thus, this layer is complete. It is at this stage that I would recommend you put in your allays. So the easiest way that I have found to deal with this is to, going off of these back blocks here, you've got a pretty straight shot down to the back, not a whole lot in the way. Build a rail line and let's grab some rails to demonstrate. And you're going to feed, you've got 3 right here, or my bad, move that 1 forward, so that you've got these 3 blocks, all right? You're putting 3 allays into this farm right here. So first, we're going to need to stack the minecarts. And a good way to do that is take blocks here, here, and here with rails on top. Now we want to grab our minecarts. 2, 3. Realized I didn't need 3. And then you can stack them by breaking the blocks, and they're going to snap onto the rail. And so now, break that, and they fall right down into the correct position. If you don't do it this way, it can be rather difficult. It needs to, you want to be able to just see the mouth of the dispenser poking out underneath of the minecarts. Okay, now it's time to get your allays in here. And you can do this any way you want, but honestly, the best way is going to be to just build a little hut and wait and breed them up in here. So you just get 1 in your little area, and then just breed them up in here and sort of push them towards this hole, and they'll float down and they'll go into the minecart. That's the easiest way to do it. It's a pain no matter what you do, but when you're rolling in all the slime that you could ever possibly want, you're not going to be remembering how much of an annoyance it was to get 3 allays into a minecart here. Now, on this layer, before we do anything else, we're going to put the hopper clocks that I initially thought we were doing earlier in, because I want you all to know that I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. These hopper clocks do exist, but they're part of the potion brewer, and I was just mindlessly following along my own tutorial as I'm making it, and it turns out that that makes it easy to make silly mistakes. So what we're going to want here is 2 hoppers pointing into one another. And yes, thank you for asking, this is a rather inconvenient way to build this. But I'm not crazy. These hopper clocks do exist. and there are going to be 26 items in each of these hopper clocks. So we'll just leave that for now. I think I've made my point. In any case, we can come back up to the front here, and you guessed it, more bubble column extension. Woo! If you didn't already know this was coming, this is in fact going to continue until the very top layer of the entire build. So I apologize for getting your hopes up that it was going to be over way back down there. Now we're going to extend our scaffolding wire. And off the side of it, we want a piston with a button on the side. And this piston is going to be facing into an air block with an observer facing downwards. And 2 glass blocks here and here. Then we want a redstone dust, a solid block, another piston, this time facing in the direction of the other one. Now you can see what the air block is for. And then we're going to put a redstone dust here and a glass block on the other side of that redstone dust. Glass block, and then solid blocks capping off those two. We're going to continue these double glass blocks back another 2 times. And then you can start to see that sort of this whole thing is mirrored right down the middle here until we get to this back section. So try to remember that when you're building. It'll make it a little bit easier to follow what is going on with everything. In that vein, we're going to start on the left side. And off of our solid block here, we want one diagonal to the left and back. We want a solid block. Then on the side of that, we're going to have a redstone torch, redstone dust, target block, another redstone torch, and at this point, you can see that this hopper is locked, so it's a good time to put in 26 items. And they aren't going to move back and forth because the hopper is locked. Now, reading from our front hopper, we're going to have a comparator pointing into the solid block that this torch is on. Then we want a repeater going sideways here with a sticky piston being powered by that repeater on 1 tick. We'll have an observer pointing off of that sticky piston going towards the back. I shouldn't say pointing off of the sticky piston, pointing towards the back on the face of the sticky piston into a solid block. That solid block is going to have a repeater on 2 ticks reading from it. Then we're going to have a hopper pointing straight down, followed by a glass block that's already placed in, And then we're going to have 2 glass blocks going backwards off of the solid block that the observer attached to the sticky piston is pointing into. That might have just been more confusing than you just watching where I put them. We've got 2 glass blocks off of the ones we just placed to the left with a solid block on the end. That solid block is going to have a redstone torch on the side of it, and then a jack-o'-lantern facing, of course we can't have it facing outwards. We want it facing into that observer so that you can't see its face. Then we're going to have an observer pointing upwards. And we're going to have a sticky piston pointing downwards. Oh, and everything's firing. Then we're going to have glass blocks filling in this whole area. And I believe that makes us ready to go over and mirror this on the other side. So, of course, same as before, we've got a solid block. Diagonal and diagonal back and to the outside. Then we've got a repeater pointing to the outside, a sticky piston with an observer pointing towards a solid block, skip a block to glass, 3 glass, 2 glass, and then I'm going to be smart, and before I build the rest of this, I'm going to put that sticky piston facing downwards in. And right here we've got to replace this solid block that had a redstone torch off of it. Okay, now we've got glass blocks. Well, we'll do a solid block here first with a redstone torch on the side. Should power your sticky piston. We've got glass coming 3 blocks off of the sticky piston. And then we're going to fill in right here. We want a hopper pointing downwards, a repeater on 2 ticks facing inwards next to our sticky piston. Now we've got a comparator pointing into a solid block with a redstone torch on the side, like so. We've got a redstone dust, and a target block with a redstone torch on the side, like so. Next, we have to place in our second hopper clock. So we want 2 hoppers pointing into one another. and into the locked hopper, place 26 items. Now that all of this is completed, we're going to take a comparator reading from our second hopper, that you need to shift click, a repeater on one tick into the solid block with Redstone Torch on it pointing into our jack-o'-lantern, which I am realizing I forgot to do over here. Repeater on one tick, and we're all good to go. Now that we have our mirrored section, we can move on to the back half of this layer, which is not so nice and symmetrical. We'll start with something nice and familiar and extend our scaffolding wire up one. Then we have a solid block here, glass over top of our entire hopper clock there, except for the dust, glass over our copper bulb. And then moving forwards from there, 1, 2 glass, and from here, and then a redstone dust, which is going to link up to all of this all the way down here. Remember, this is the line that was leading to nowhere because I had forgotten to put that in. Next to that, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 glass blocks going towards the back. We'll come back to the front of that line and put 1, 2 to the side, and then a solid block directly over top of our hoppers, our mine carts that our allays should be in at this point. Glass block over top of your solid block here, and then a glass pane on top of this soul sand. We're getting close, guys. Glass block on the side of our solid block here, and we're continuing this out to contain our water stream. So keep on wrapping that around. Remember, this is the water line that is going to be handling our infestation potion distribution. And that comes all the way around. Now we've got 2 more glass blocks here and here. This time we've got glass blocks only directly over top of the 2 hoppers in this hopper clock. We're going to bring it 1 more to the right. Continue our slime block line. And we have a button on the side of this glass right here. I'm going to do a very careful double check of all of this stuff because I think this might have been the most complicated layer yet. But hopefully the next time the screen fades to black and then back in, it's not going to be me saying, actually, we need to fix this. It's going to be me saying, let's move to the next layer. All right, guys, we need to fix this. Psych! Gotcha! We nailed it first time. We're amazing legends. And unfortunately, the layers just keep getting more complicated. This looks almost undoably complicated. But I promise, just keep placing one block at a time, and we're going to get through this. We'll start small here. As with everything else recently, this is mirrored, and this is a very symmetrical section, again, in the front. So I'm hoping that that makes it a little bit easier. You know, once you do something once, doing it the second time is never quite as bad. Although in this case, this is, you know, the second time that I'm building this from nothing. And I have to say that this is still quite the feat. And I designed it, so I'm hoping that you guys don't feel that it's unmanageable. Of course, this section was all Daniel. These potion brewers are well beyond me. He's a genius. I think that if you asked me to make a potion brewer this small, it might take me 6 years to learn everything. But in any case, of course, bubble column up again. And then we're going to come over to this side, and we're actually going to be capping off our InstaWire here. Except I did it in the wrong direction. Like so. You want the observer watching the scaffolding. Now we've got our drop chute. So glass blocks on all of the surrounding there. Probably don't even need to say that at this point. And then we're going to come back up to the front and start this. So the first thing we're going to want to do is yet another observer capping off some scaffolding wire. And now we're bringing some tripwire hooks into the mix. Now, this circuit that you see at the front that isn't quite symmetrical, this is actually the system that is going to keep oozing potions and infestation potions from running out. This will turn the auto brewers on when you fall below a certain level of potions. And for oozing, that means that pretty much the brewer is constantly running. But it's nice because for infestation, those potions go rather slow because you can get a full 3 minutes out of them. And that lets us, really keep a pretty minimal amount of infestation potions in the system at all times. Off of the side of this observer that we just put our tripwire hook on the back of, we want glass block, solid block, glass block, glass block, glass block. Ugh. And then from our solid block and our first glass block, we're going to have 2 more glass blocks. And then another tripwire hook, which in Structura, the texture for is a little bit funky. Then we're going to be taking more glass blocks, filling in like so. We need a jack-o'-lantern, of course, facing inwards so that I don't have to look at it. Redstone Dust, target block, comparator pointing into the target block, Composter, which every time I say, I am more and more certain that somebody is going to make fun of how I emphasize the word. Now we've got a little mini pulse extender here, so we want a comparator and another comparator facing the opposite direction, Redstone Dust, linking those two together. Now we've got a dropper pointing into a brewing stand. So we've got dropper, which is right here, pointing into our brewing stand. Which also has a slightly funky texture. And then I will say, so we've been using white glass and white concrete for everything so far. And the colors of everything doesn't really matter, but I would strongly suggest that for the stuff that you see in different colors, you differentiate that with a different solid block and a different transparent block, because these are differentiating different parts of the wiring, and it'll make your troubleshooting a lot easier. Like this blue wiring is sort of our main on-off system, and that's going to be a lot easier to sort of work with if you've got it differentiated from the 10 million white glass in the build. So now we want to do a repeater on 1 tick. My inventory is completely filled up with a redstone torch pointing into it. Then we've got a different colored concrete here. I gotta start dumping some of this stuff. And I'm going to just stick with the colors that we used when designing this, just for my sake. So we're going to use yellow concrete here. And now we've got a comparator reading from this hopper here, which is going to be pointing into our brewing stand. That comparator is pointing into the side of this comparator, which is going into our yellow concrete. And the comparator into the yellow concrete is reading from a composter. As with prior layers, we are going to be filling the composters at the end. So, I missed over here the hopper pointing into our dropper. Now, into the middle section here, we have some rails to place down. Which we need the glass blocks here. And the glass blocks here are good. Now, after fighting with the rails for multiple minutes, what you need to do here to get everything in the correct orientation, place your first row all the way across, place a rail in the middle, like so, and then you can go ahead and break these like that. Now, these are going to end up going up, but we have rails here and here. So once you've fought for your life with the rails, you're going to be already started on the second half of the potion brewer, because this is kind of like the center line is in between these two, right? And actually what we're going to do here is to the front of the build, they extend 2 blocks. Oh, and we're going to have to fight some more with the rails. Oh my gosh. You might need to do something like this in order to get the rails to cooperate. And we're going to have to do that on this side as well, I'm sure. So you want it to end up looking like this. It's frustrating, but it is totally directional. And it's just a annoyance, part of life in Minecraft. Well, we forgot a redstone dust there. And in case you're wondering, this tripwire hook, all it's doing is redirecting this redstone dust. So the same on this side, we've got a redstone dust redirected by our tripwire. We've got glass block here. Air, air. Then we've got a composter with a comparator reading from it and a comparator pointing into the side of that comparator. Then we're going to take our yellow concrete, there we go, air block, and another composter. Looks like I missed the observer here, so we'll fix that. And we want a redstone torch, repeater on 1 tick, comparator reading from the composter, pointing into a target block. From the target block, we have a redstone dust pointing into a jack-o'-lantern. And just to make that easier to place, let's actually go back here and do the glass first. So, we just got this sort of this 2-wide zigzag pattern here. It's the same as the other side. And we want our jack-o'-lantern facing into the build so that we don't have to see it. Now we've got our little pulse extender. We'll need 2 more redstone dust, hooking those together. And now we need a dropper facing into our brewing stand. And for a dropper to face into a brewing stand, it needs a brewing stand for it to face into. Now we can put this hopper, again, pointing into our brewing stand, and our hopper pointing into our dropper. Now we're ready to move to the back of this layer, and we're going to switch to some blue glass. Starting at this outside composter on the left side. The left side is going to be our oozing, by the way. We're going to bring this line of blue stained glass all the way until right before the inside composter on the right potion brewer. And then we're going to bring it back 1 and continue this line outwards until we reach the right side outside composter. Now we can grab a slime block, bring that up 1 more, and switch back to our white stained glass. We're going to bring up our our shulker box drop chute, which apparently we've already done. And then on top of this solid block here, we want a glass block. Then we're going to have an empty air gap, and then 2 glass blocks going back. This is going to quickly turn into 6 glass blocks. 7, 8, 9, so that we've only got this 1 block here out of this square missing. Now we want a redstone dust, glass block, and now we need to have a piston facing downwards. I can find a good spot here too. A sticky piston, apologies, facing downwards. Glass block there. And actually, we still need to replace our solid block that we broke right here. Glass block. 2. Now we've got another glass block there. Solid block. And this solid block that we just placed, this sticky piston, is actually going to be the harming, the damaging component to our allays in the minecart. And it's going to just suffocate them, basically. It is not a good life for those cute little blue guys, unfortunately. If there were a very kind way to deal massive amounts of damage to them very quickly, you know, I'm sure we'd use that instead. They haven't added the lethal injection or nitrogen gas execution to Minecraft yet. We're going to cap off our water stream in the back here. And that is going to be this layer. Oh, no it's not. I'm a liar. We've got redstone dust on these 2 blocks here. Now we're ready to fill in our composters. And the fill level on those is going to 4 on the outside and 1 on the inside. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we're ready to move on to the next layer. See guys, I told you that even though this looks terribly intimidating, when you're just following along, placing blocks, it doesn't feel too bad. Right as I was saying it doesn't feel too bad, I realized that I had forgotten a button right here. That's just for spawn proofing, not too important, but hey, better to not leave anything out. Okay guys, we're getting real close. I can feel it. I can smell it. I can smell the sweet, sweet smell of slimes dying. Let's continue up our bubble column. Then we're going to come back on over to the main section. And for once, we're placing a bunch of solid blocks instead of 10 bajillion glass. So we got a solid block, solid block, solid block, kind of in a zigzag checkerboard pattern over here. And again, remember, as long as we're building these potion brewers, it is all mirrored. So now we want observers. We've got one pointing backward into this first sort of check. And then we've got another one pointing backwards on the very end here. Now we want a repeater on 4 ticks pointing towards the front. Comparator pointing into the solid block right here. Repeater on 4 ticks pointing towards the back. And then we're going to have a repeater on 2 ticks, a repeater on 2 ticks, and a repeater on 2 ticks. Finish that off with a solid block. And then some glass. Looping us around. We've got nothing over top of this composter, but we do have a jack-o'-lantern 1 block away from it. Then we've got a redstone dust that we're going to be redirecting with another tripwire hook. Glass on top of the composter. And now we've got a dropper pointing into a hopper and a dropper on the other side also pointing into the hopper. This hopper is going to be pointing straight down. And then we can place, well, actually, you know what? It's probably easier. Not a dispenser. We want droppers. Dropper, dropper, hopper pointing straight down. Then we are going to have a glass block right here, here, and here. And then we need a dispenser pointing into this water block here. Now this water block you have to put in on this layer. It can't wait until later because you're just not going to be able to access this area. But we're going to wait until the layer is entirely built before we put in our water buckets here. Now we've got a redstone torch on top of our jack-o'-lantern. And that is this half of the potion brewer for this layer. We have some ladders. I forgot about that. We wouldn't want to make it so that even a single block in this entire game didn't get used in this build. So of course, we need some ladders. Now, this side of the potion brewer is done, and we can just mirror this over to the other side. So to do that, we've got our observers. And then our checkerboard pattern of solid blocks. A repeater on 4 ticks going backwards. A comparator on top of our hopper there. And a repeater going forwards on 4 ticks. Now we have our tripwire hook. And a repeater facing into oops, a blue concrete block, which is actually not part of the brewer, but we've already put it down, so why not? We've got a redstone dust. We've got a jack-o'-lantern that we want to be facing into the build. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. You get the gist. Now we'll place in our droppers. Dropper, dropper. And hopper facing downwards. Then we can come over and place our dispenser facing into where the water is going to go. Glass block, glass block, glass block, and then this line of glass blocks around the back, starting in line with our jack-o'-lantern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Solid block. Repeater on 2 ticks, repeater on 2 ticks, repeater on 2 ticks. And then a redstone torch on top of our jack-o'-lantern. Now we're going to go ahead and place in our buckets of water here. And this water is going to be for our water bottle restock. This way, you can just put in regular glass bottles instead of having to fill up and deal with a bunch of non-stackables. Now we're ready to move to this blue line that I accidentally started a couple of minutes ago. Take our blue glass, redstone dust, blue concrete, and then we want a repeater reading from the blue concrete on 1 tick. Blue concrete with a redstone torch on the side going towards the back. This is going to invert our signal. Redstone dust on top of all of the glass, and 1 more blue concrete. Now we're going to be putting a bend into our slime block pillar here. So we've got 2 slime blocks there. And now we're ready to put in the pulse extender that is going to determine how long our allay is damaged before we give it time to heal. You'll notice that the redstone dust is actually powering our piston over here, even though it, as with many of the circuits in this build, is sometimes hard to tell directly at a glance what the purpose of every single thing is. We're going to start with 2 redstone dust here, and what this is linking up to is our entire line all the way down at the bottom that activates our activator rail and dispenses oozing potions. Now this is on by default thanks to this redstone torch that's going to be right here. First, let's put in the pulse extender. So you'll see it connects up to a redstone line here, which now that I'm looking at it, makes me think that I have probably missed another redstone dust somewhere. That's all right. We'll come back to that in a second, I'm sure. And by a second, I mean right now, because as with before, it's just a case of putting a redstone dust there and a redstone dust there. So you can see this redstone block coming back and forth is going to activate the dust there and trigger this pulse extender. So for it, we need on the front side 1, 2, 3 comparators pointing to the left, and 1, 2, 3 comparators pointing to the right, coming back. Then we have a redstone dust here, and a solid block there. Now we can put this redstone torch on, and if we look down, we can actually see that activator rail has turned on. Now, the reason we want that activator rail on by default is so that once you turn the farm off, all of this will be depowered, but we want the activator rail to keep going so that any straggling silverfish are spit out and die of fall damage rather than just piling up and being stuck in those minecarts down there. Over here, we're going to take some glass blocks and continue up our shulker line. We got a solid block on top of this observer here, redstone torch on the side, and coming back, we've got 2 glass blocks, 3 glass blocks, but we're making a right turn, and then now we have an iron trapdoor. And an observer watching it. That observer is going to be pointing into a jack-o'-lantern. And the jack-o'-lantern is going to have a redstone torch on the side. Now that all of that is built, and remember to put your water in, we are ready to move on to the next layer. Now we're really in the home stretch, folks, and you can tell that because we are starting to get to GUI elements. What else is new? And now we're placing a big old glass floor. So the potion brewers aren't finished yet, but every moment we get just a little bit closer here. So the easiest way to place this big floor in is going to be to just start over on this side here. So you can kind of see this is our edge. And you're going to want to go right here, 2, 3, 4, and then over to the other side, we've got 1, 2. Now from here, you can kind of use these blocks as a jumping off point for the remainder of the rows. So this section here is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, and I'm going to use this as our center mark here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then on the other side, it's just going to be totally square. So on the other side, we're going to come over here, and we've just got from the trapdoors here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wide, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 deep. So just fill in this area and then mirror what we've got over here. Oh, my apologies. It's not quite symmetrical. So let's do this first. We've got 1, 2, 3 from what we've already built. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, oh, that should have been 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, and then we've got an air gap and these two floating. But over in this area, it is 6 wide by 11 long, and this is just going to be a square. Once you've got all this filled in, you're going to come over to this side and make sure that you got glass right there, similar to how we had a glass block, 2 glass blocks over on that side. And remember to fill in these glass blocks in between the trapdoors. This is the floor that you're going to be walking on while you operate the farm. Now we can move on to the substantive stuff. So we're going to need to grab a barrel. And I'll keep saying it just in case. This is mirrored. So barrel here, barrel there. And all of these hoppers are pointing into the, well, shoot. You know, you would think I would know how to make this thing better. The hopper on the back here is pointing straight down. Then we've got a hopper pointing into our barrel from the back. And then we've got our front hopper, which is pointing straight down. Then we have another hopper pointing straight down into our water bottle dispenser. Let's go ahead and fill those in real quick. Now let's grab our trapdoors. And place them like so. Now we're going to want to grab our blue glass again. And we're going to go 1, 2, blue concrete, blue glass. And we're going to repeat that on the other side. And we want 1 white glass in the middle of our 3 hoppers there. Now we're going to grab some of a third color of glass. In my case, I'm using yellow. And we want this to be on the ends of our lines of blue glass here, going towards the back. Then we want redstone torches on top of our jack-o'-lanterns. We want comparators feeding from composters. Pointing into our blue concrete blocks. As with all previous layers, the composters are going to get filled at the end. And into these comparators, we are going to have a repeater on 2 ticks, a repeater on 2 ticks, and a redstone dust. Okay, now we've got a redstone dust on top of our blue glass right here. Then, oh, that's not what I wanted. Blue glass, white glass, white concrete, repeater on 1 tick, white concrete, or whatever solid block you're using, repeater on 1 tick, and then we've got that repeater is powering a dropper, which is going into a crafter, which is going into another crafter. And that crafter is spitting into a stair. An upside down stair. Let's see. There it is. Nope, we want it facing the other direction. So we're going to want a white glass there to close off our tube. You might notice that this is still our same shulker drop tube. No water streams needed, that just lines up perfectly. And an upside down stair in that orientation. Then we need some hoppers feeding into both crafters and our dropper. And a third color of concrete. In my case, gray. To differentiate the shulker crafter from the other circuits. Now we want to come back over to this side, and we've got a redstone torch on top of our blue concrete block over here. We want a sticky piston facing downwards. And a jack-o'-lantern on its side. Our back composters here are only going to need a fill level of 1. And this layer is complete. Okay, so I took a little bit of time to clean my inventory a bit, and hopefully that means that we're going to have an easier time building this next layer here. And as you can see, things are really starting to simplify. Like 99% of the hard work is done for this farm. We are very much into the easy part now, so let's just hop right to it and try to get this thing knocked out. We want redstone dust here and here, with a jack-o'-lantern and a redstone torch on its side. We then need 2 more redstone dust, a jack-o'-lantern, and a redstone torch on its side. Then we're going to have a solid block and a solid block here and here. And we need some repeaters, each on 4 ticks. Now, this right here is actually going to be our main storage. It's going to be fully hopper locked and should be more than big enough to handle, I mean, unless you AFK for, I think it'll store about 2.5 days worth of AFKing this farm. So, be warned, if you want to AFK for longer than 2.5 days, you are just going to have to empty out the storage. This is super easily expandable though, and if you've made it this far in the tutorial, I'm assuming that you can probably figure out how to expand this. This storage is by Carew. He designed this for, I believe, the Nether Fortress Farm storage. It had a funny name, but I'm blanking on it at the moment. We, of course, have to expand our bubble column. These 4 carpet here, by the way, are purely decorative. But, you know, we have to indulge ourselves on occasion. We want concrete blocks here and here. And then we're going to have double chests. We want 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the same on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, from each of these double chests, we're going to pull using a comparator. And then we're going to have blue concrete that is being powered by all of those comparators. And then a big old row of blue glass that is going to end at the end of our shulker box crafter. We've got 3 more blue concrete, 3 more double chests, and 3 more comparators reading from those double chests. Now, what these comparators are doing is telling us if we have ingredients or not. Now we need some redstone lamps. These lamps are going to be indicating our blaze powder storage, and the lamps that we're going to put in on another layer are going to indicate our storage for all of the other materials. We want a yellow concrete behind the redstone lamps, a repeater taking from that block, then another yellow concrete, and then we're going to come back to this side, and for this blue glass row, we're going to be stopping it in line with the redstone torch here, making a turn, and finishing with a solid block directly over the redstone torch. Now we've got white concrete on the sides of both of these redstone lamps. We've got a redstone dust linking up to our blue line, which remember is our main power, and you're going to see how all of this connects to that in a second. Then we're going to go white glass, white concrete, white glass, white concrete, and we're capping off our row of chests with some more solid blocks. Over here, glass, and then even though the structure says red, I'm going to go with blue here because I think it makes sense with what we are about to do. Then we've got glass and concrete. Behind our blue concrete, we're going to put some stained glass, solid block, and that's going to finish off this layer. Continuing on with our storage system, we're going to want 2 more double chests. Glass block on either side. Hoppers pointing into the chest. Observers watching the chests. Solid blocks behind our hoppers. Repeaters on 4 ticks, pulling from our observers. Those repeaters should be pointing into solid blocks. And then we want to sort of continue this checkerboard pattern, finishing it off with 2 glass, like so. Then we want redstone dust here, and it looks like I'm missing some blocks. So I'm reasonably sure that what I'm missing here is a glass block on the back there. And then same deal here. We need a solid block, glass block, and there should be a repeater on 4 ticks that this observer is powering through the block. Yeah, that looks correct. So now we've got all of that sorted out, let's take some glass blocks and raise up our bubble column, which is in fact going to be sending our shulker boxes all the way up into our storage here. Now we can go concrete, concrete, and glass blocks going across. These are item frames, but we're going to do item frames and signs at the end. It's kind of up to you if you want to do item frames or if you'd like to do just signs for the potion ingredients, or if you want to do glowing item frames. Really, that is getting into decorating territory, something that all of you know from episode 9, was it? Is not really my strong suit. So we're gonna try to avoid doing any decorating today. This is all about getting a lot of slime. Alright, so as you can see, it's concrete, glass blocks over all of our ingredients, concrete lamp, concrete glass, lamp, glass, concrete. And then on this side, we've got concrete, glass over all the ingredients, concrete, glass over all the ingredients, concrete. So again, this part, not super important. It's mostly just decorating, but it is rather clean, so your builds should always be clean if you can. Now, on top of all of these blocks that the comparators are feeding into, you want redstone torches, and the block that this repeater is feeding into. And the same is true on the other side here. Now we want to complete our emergency shutoff system, which will shut the farm down if we run out of any ingredients. And to do this, we are going to just put a big old line of redstone here, and a big old line of redstone here. Then we're going to have a solid block there, and the light is on, and we know that we're all out of ingredients. Or maybe we never put any in, because we're just building it now. But in any case, the farm is now stuck off. It cannot turn on. And that is also because we still have a little bit to build here before it even could. This is our on switch right here. But with this linked up here, it's going to tie in, and we're going to be all shut down. So on the next layer, we're going to be finishing up, well, on the next layer, or 2 layers from here, maybe 3, we're going to be finishing up the potion brewers, the final parts here, with our redstone lamps and everything indicating our ingredients. And then shortly after that, we're going to be finishing up our storage system, and we're going to be ready to take this thing for a test run. Okay, so first things first, we're going to do the storage. So we want double chest, except let's not be lazy here. We want them all facing the same direction. Observer watching the double chest, hopper pointing into it, the observers pointing into solid blocks. Now we're going to grab some jack-o'-lanterns, and we want one here and one here. Want redstone torches on the sides of both of those, locking our hoppers. Then we're going to go repeater on 4 ticks, repeater on 4 ticks, redstone dust, redstone dust, redstone dust, redstone dust, and then solid block, glass, solid block, glass, and extend our bubble column. Now we can come over here, and on the front side, we're going to have 2 glass blocks. Now we're going to take this line of redstone lamps, and we want 4 of those on each side. Behind the redstone lamps, 4 concrete blocks, or solid blocks of your choice. Yada yada, I've said it a million times now, but I just don't want anybody to think they need to go out of their way to get a certain block for this. Then we're going to have 5 jack-o'-lanterns. And we're going to do that on both sides. And we want redstone torches on all of those. Like so. No redstone torch on the jack-o'-lantern in the yellow line here. Then we're going to have this same system in our shulker box crafter, except 3 jack-o'-lanterns with redstone torches on the side, 3 redstone lamps, glass blocks on either side of it, and 3 white concrete blocks. And then we can just fill in the remainder of this line with glass here. Like so. Now we've got to complete our on-off system. So now that this is hooked up, and we've got our concrete here. Now we need a sticky piston. And we'll just come around to this side, underneath sticky piston, and now the farm cannot turn on no matter what. So I'll demonstrate real quick here. I flick that on, and you notice how this repeater turns on. That would herd power this block here, which would power this redstone dust, which would power this block, which would power our slime block line here, which comes down and turns everything on. Every single thing is hooked up to this one single lever. And that makes it really convenient. I don't like when farms have 4 or 5 different levers sometimes. that you need to turn on just for it to work. I think it's a lot more clean to have everything connected to one single power source. As with the levels prior, we are going to be starting with the storage system. So, same deal here. Another row of double chests. Hoppers pointing into the double chests. Observers watching the double chests. Solid blocks behind the behind the hoppers rather. And repeaters on 4 ticks pulling from the observers. Then we've got solid blocks being fed by the repeaters, glass blocks on top of our jack-o'-lanterns, solid blocks behind the glass blocks behind the solid blocks, 2 redstone dust in our grooves here. And we raise our bubble column by 1. Glass blocks on the sides here. Now we're going to come around to the side here, and we're going to do a glass block on either end, solid blocks above all of our redstone lamps, repeaters on 1 tick pointing into those solid blocks, and solid blocks behind our repeaters. And we're going to do the same exact thing for our shulker box crafter. And now we're ready to come over here. And this is just a little bit of spawn proofing. You might be able to tell, but these layers are getting much shorter and easier to build. And that's a good sign because we are really, really close now. This is the final level of our storage system here. So the double chests are going to go back a layer, back a level rather. And I say back, but remember this is the front of the build. And we want observers watching all of the chests here. Now, for repeaters on 4 ticks. And on this and this observer, we want an additional repeater on 4 ticks. In between, we're going to have a solid block and a solid block, and then redstone dust on top of our glass there. Now, we want to grab some packed ice. And we're going to have a packed ice right here, and a hopper pointing into this double chest. We also want a hopper pointing into this double chest. And these are the 2 hoppers which are going to actually feed from our water stream into our storage system. Now we want 3 packed ice connecting up to our bubble column, which is going to come up another block. And now we want to put glass blocks on top of all of these again, this is just a spawn proofing measure. So the presumption would be that this is going to be a indoor space eventually. That's how we're building it, because we have some exciting decoration plans for it that will undoubtedly involve very little of my vast imagination. But Daniel had a great idea for it, so I'm excited to see if we can make that pan out. We'll probably do a little bit of work on that this weekend. Now, onto our next layer here. We're going to need some glass panes and some honey blocks. And this is for item alignment, of course. So we want glass panes on top of our double chests here. We want a honey block on top of both of our hoppers, and then honey blocks extending 2 blocks until they're in line with the bubble column. We're going to also need a button, and we're going to need some glass blocks to contain our water stream. And now, I almost forgot, button there. And now would be an acceptable time to put in water streams, because we are just about finished. The only thing we're going to do now is be capping off this top water stream, and then we are entirely done. So glass block, and just carry this line across. And congratulations, you've now built this farm. Unfortunately, you're not quite done yet. So, first things first, let's go through and place in all of our water streams. I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then when I'm done, I'll get back to you. Okay, actually I lied. I'm going to put in the water streams and show you guys what to do, because the thought occurred to me that some of these are actually not incredibly intuitive. So we want to maybe make it at least a little bit easier on you. Let's see if I can do this from here. Can I? Oh, just barely can't. So I just obviously I'm trying to give myself a little bit of time here to whoo! Okay, so first water stream is funneling downhill. We're making a kind of a staircase here. Then this water stream is just going directly here. We're going to come around to the other side. And there's nothing to worry about there. And again, just funneling downhill. Water stream. Coming just right across to here. Oh, oops. What did I do here? Oh, I missed some glass blocks. I guess it's a good thing that I am showing right here, because this is the real process, folks. So there's that. And is everything flowing correctly now? I can't see anything because of the structure happening to be on this layer. But that water stream is in fact correct. It's right there. We can prove that by tossing a block in. Yeah, and it gets carried in correctly. And let's see, where else do we have water streams around here? Oh, around the back. So the water streams that are trickiest are the ones that are on the bottom here. Everything after this is super self-explanatory, but I still figure it's better to just show it rather than maybe anybody run into problems with it. So you can see the water streams all going around. They sort of lead from this back corner where our slime pillar, our on-off switches. They kind of lead from that corner and come all the way around down to our shulker loader. Next, we're going to look at this water stream here. And we can just put this in from the top here. And we're going to waterlog that stair. Or actually, yeah, we don't actually want to waterlog that stair. We want to... No, yeah, we do. We do. That stair is, in fact, supposed to be waterlogged. Then we go on the other side of the glow lichen. And have our other water stream. And now this is where we're going to have to fill in all the way up. And I'm going to pick a side where when water spills out, it's not going to destroy anything. We're going to come in here. And I knew that I was forgetting glow lichen in a couple of places. So this is another good reason for me to do this along with you guys. We want to glow lichen there. And then we're going to go all the way up until in this button. And so what you want to do here is, okay, so I know that. Oh, and is that the top right there? All right, and it won't let me go down, so I know it's good. All right, now we'll close this up. And we can see we've got the water coming out here now. So let's come up from the top here. Water stream on the other side of the glow lichen there. And then once again, we do need a glow lichen in front of our soul sand. I forgot that one twice, actually. And then on this water stream, we once again are going to be needing to have source blocks in all of here so that we can get the bubble columns. And finally, inside of the button there. And we can replace our glass block. And this carries all the way across, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, now we have our water stream for our oozing potions. And so for this one, what we want is a glow lichen in front of the honey. No, we don't. We want nothing of the sort. We want water source block at the bottom, flowing straight to our honey there. And if we toss an item in, it gets picked up. Perfect. That'll have made its way to the dispenser there. Now we just need our water stream for the infestation potions. Which it looks like I actually didn't forget the glow lichen for. Unless that's... Aha! So I did forget the glow lichen. Water source, glow lichen. We'll fill in these glass blocks here. Then we've got another water source on the other side of the glow lichen. Fill that block there. And that water source is going to take us to this glow lichen. Replace the glass block. And now from the top here, we have to fill in source blocks in these locations and replace the glass. So now all of our water streams are in, and we are down to what I think is the very last step here before we do a little bit of testing. And that is to put the labels and signs up. So first things first, let's clear our inventory here and grab some signs. And some item frames. Let's first take all of our item frames and place them onto all of our redstone lamps. And now we're going to take one sign, and this sign is going to say ingredient out auto off. This sign is going to say on/off. And this sign is going to say like and subscribe to JTO556. And no, the farm will not function without this sign right here. Next, we're going to go over to our potion brewers here, and we're going to put in where the ingredients are going to go. Now, this order is super important, so you need to put the ingredients in exactly how I say. Otherwise, it isn't going to work. So first, we need to get glass bottles, nether wart, blaze powder, gunpowder, stone for the infestation potions, and slime blocks for our oozing potions. Now, actually, you know what? Let's move these item frames down one. And that way we can have them all be in the center here. Nice and easy to read. On the furthest back item frame, the one that has the lamp below it, this is going to be your blaze powder light. Then we're going to have nether wart, then gunpowder, then your ingredient. So remember, if we're looking at storage here, slime is going to be on your right, and stone is going to be on your left, and then glass bottles are going to be in the last one. They have to be in these designated spots, otherwise nothing will work. Alright? Now, we have to do a little bit of work to prep the potion brewer to be ready to run. So, what we have to do here is we're going to open our trapdoors, and we need some water bottles. So, water bottles need to be preloaded into the brewing stand before you start. You're not going to ever have to do this again. This is just the very first time you run it. And the blaze powder input you might have noticed is not visible. There's no chest for it. And that's because blaze powder you don't really run out of. So the input for it, you're going to come around to the side here, and it's actually the hopper leading into the, let me see if I can see it here. It's the hopper leading into the brewing stand, directly into the brewing stand, right there. So you can reach it from here. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side here. So you just see the hopper leading directly into the brewing stand from the side, not from the top. And you'll see that's filling it up. That's all good to go. And you get 20 brews out of every single blaze powder. So it is really, and by the way, you see the lights are on. That's how you know you put it in the right hopper, and you're all good to go. Next, we need to fill up the ingredients themselves. So I recommend put as many as you possibly can, especially for oozing. For oozing, you are going to burn through a massive number of these potions. They go fast, so as much gunpowder, ideally the full double chest, but you know, that's a lot. So if you're not going to be running the farm that long, it doesn't need that much. But Just as many as you can. Same deal with all this stuff. And glass bottles is always going to be the first to run out because it uses 3 times as many glass bottles as it does anything else. So I'm going to fill up these chests and then we'll be right back. Okay guys, so we have filled up all of these chests. And as you can see, all of the lights are now on, and I realized I had completely forgotten about the shulker crafter. So, for the shulker crafter, your die is going to be the closest to storage, then the shulker shells in the middle, and chests in the very far away from the storage. Now, this crafter requires pre-fill. So here's what you're going to do before putting any items into these chests. You're going to come down here. You don't need to put anything into this dropper, but you're going to put a stack of chests in the middle and a stack of shulker shells on the top and the bottom. Then in this, you're going to put a stack of die in the first slot. Everything else should be blocked off. Same deal here. Everything should be blocked off except for the recipe. This way, we can demonstrate real quick. We'll manually fire this, and now we can watch, and a new shulker box falls down. Now, you also need to pre-fill this shulker loader. So you only need one. So there needs to be one in here at all times, and then one shulker box in the dispenser. And if you do that, you're going to be all good to go. Now, let's take this thing for a test spin. So guys, good news and bad news. To start here, this potion brewer is working correctly. This is the Oozing potion brewer. Now, I will say I had to cycle this a couple of times to get it all synced up. So don't be afraid if you see it doing something goofy to pull all the items out, reload water bottles in, and start it over again. Sometimes it can straighten itself out. And as you can see, it is all brewing correctly. We're going to watch and let this finish. And the point of this is it's going to keep running until we reach a certain fill level in our chest, in our backup storage chest. And we're cycling back around. The thing is, I'm struggling a little bit more with this potion brewer, so I'm going to keep fiddling with this, and I'll let you guys know if it's an issue of you just have to keep cycling it, or if I missed a component somewhere, and in that case, we'll get that fixed, and this will be good to go. Well guys, you notice anything missing? I wonder why my nether wart wasn't coming in. Could it be because I'm missing the only thing powering the nether wart dropper? I don't know about that. That seems ludicrous. Alright, come on. There we go. Okay, now let's take this thing for a test run. Let's empty all the junk out of here. Pre-fill some water bottles in there. By the way, this brewer is still going strong. And we can manually trigger this by breaking that torch. And now we're going to come over and watch. Oh, and it pulled my water bottles out. This is what I mean about sometimes you're going to need to cycle it a couple of times, because it gets in like to its spot. But all the ingredients are in the correct order that time, so that's a good start. Now we replace the torch. Oh, and it pulled the water bottles prematurely. Alright, there might be something else going on here. I'm hearing piston noises still, so... Okay, let's give this one more try, and then if it's unsuccessful, we're going to have to do a little bit more digging here. Nope. Pulled the water bottles. Alright, well, I guess I was missing something other than that observer. I'll be back when I have a solution for you. And I believe I've found our culprit. I bet there's some of you screaming at me right now that you totally knew that I had forgotten the powdered snow. But, in fact, I hope you are screaming at me, because that means that some of you are sitting at this and laughing instead of scratching your heads wondering why your build isn't working. All right. Come on, powdered snow, do the trick for me. All right. Looking good. Okay, now pull them out and put water bottles in. Oh! We were so close! How did I get the other one right first try? And this one is just kicking my butt. Alright, guys. One more go-round. Alrighty, so I think I actually figured that one out super fast. The issue is that if we go down here and we look at the dispenser that is shooting into the water here, we see that we've got this hopper pulling the bottles out. And the dropper that it leads into has 3 water bottles in it. I remember now that when me and Daniel built this, he pre-filled 3 water bottles into that dropper. That dropper gets refilled with 3 water bottles every cycle, but on the first cycle, you need to put 3 water bottles in there. So that's why I, one, had to cycle this one to get it to brew correctly, because I needed those water bottles in there that I had forgotten about. And now it's still chugging along perfectly. So now this time, I've got the 3 water bottles in there. There are 3 water bottles in the dropper below. Let's give this one more go. And try to get this thing working. So, you know what? We're not even going to look at it. We're going to talk a little bit about how ridiculous this oozing mechanic and infestation mechanic is. Like, I think it's pretty obvious that Mojang is never going to leave things this good for us. But in the time being, this is just amazing. I mean, I know this build was difficult, certainly an advanced build, and in fact, I debated not even making a tutorial on it. I debated just doing a showcase and saying, hey, you know, this is what we are doing now. But I thought, you know what, all of the other oozing slime farms that are on YouTube at the moment are just kind of lame. They're just a bunch of snowmen inside of a fence or something. I mean, that's not a farm. That's not automatic. It doesn't... If you can't AFK it, it's not really a farm, honestly. And, you know, no shade to the people doing that kind of stuff. It's nice. It's super easy for people to follow. But I thought that we should have an option like this. Something really complicated, something big, and something that you could just sit and let run for days on end. So now we've got our complete potion brewers. They're all finished. I hope that my mistakes didn't throw you off too much here. I think the last thing to do now that we've got everything working is just watch this thing run for a second. Well, this is embarrassing. I should probably... So, there is supposed to be water underneath this wall here, pushing them into the activator rail minecart. And holy lag! You know, part of me is actually glad that you guys are getting the chance to see the little goofs here, because it somehow makes it feel a little bit more gratifying when everything is complete. Just for everybody to know that this was indeed a rather difficult build. And we can see these silverfish only escaped from the blocks that I broke. They did not escape from the farm. No mobs escaped from this farm. It is extraordinarily good. Alright, now we can just take a second to watch and appreciate this farm. Let's find a good spot here. They're going to get splashed with another potion in a second. Oh no. That's not a good sign, guys. Did we have a potion brewer goof? Doesn't look like it. Did we have a system to tell the potion brewer that it done goofed? Goof? Let's make sure here. But yeah, you know, I think it's important that you guys know that, I mean, we're all human. Even builds that we designed, granted, like I said, the potion brewer was all Daniel, so I don't claim to be an expert in that. But you know, it's something I've built in the past, and in fact, I've built multiple potion brewers in the past now, thanks to Daniel. So I've gotten a pretty decent understanding of how everything works. But even still, I didn't nail it the first time. And I really encourage all of you to join the Discord and to ask questions. I really am not someone that minds being pinged in general. You know, don't be excessive. Let's try to not be spamming me. But if there's something you have a question about, please feel free to reach out to me. And even better, consider, you know, trying to seek out solutions on your own. When I was troubleshooting this potion brewer, there was absolutely no reason whatsoever why somebody else couldn't have found the mistakes that I made, because I got this one right. So, you know, you can work these things out on your own. I know, obviously, this is a tutorial. The purpose is for me to get it right and help you build it. And I have figured out, actually, why we're running out here. This dropper needs to be pre-filled. Or this dispenser, rather. Needs to be pre-filled. And once that is pre-filled, we are going to see the potions come along here once they finish brewing. Yep, alright, so we should see that, and then we should see pretty soon here some potions coming along, and this comparator will turn on. Where are they? Did I maybe mess up a water stream somewhere? I don't think so. Oh, yes, I did mess up a water stream somewhere. So, there is the reason for that. where's the safest way for me to place this water in? Probably right there. Because we need the water stream to be right there. Not right there. Well, that's cool. We get to see the oozing potions come down. Let's go toss these over. And hopefully by take 6 now, we can actually get to see this thing function. Alrighty, so silverfish falling down. Now, when the allays stop getting damaged, that's going to activate the oozing and the activator carts. It's going to shoot them down, and we can see all of the slime dying in there. Just awesome. Now, one last thing I want to do before I call this build complete is see this thing summon some potions. So, we're going to take all of them out. That's going to turn this lamp on, and our infestation potions should start brewing. No! Oh, shoot. Alright, guys. Be right back. Okay, guys, so that one was actually just my fault for spamming the brewer a little bit too quickly. Everything is, in fact, working correctly. In fact, that one didn't even miss brew because it went gunpowder, netherwort, stone. But now everything is back to functioning correctly, and we'll demonstrate that here. So we just saw the potions go in, so there should be 5 in this hopper right now. There are. And so remember, because it's getting triggered off of this observer here, we're actually firing this brewer twice every single time. So we'll take a look in here. It should be going right now. Yeah, so it's going to... Well, if I can click on the brewer here. There we go. And then, so, as you can see, it's cycling correctly. That was my bad. It wasn't actually broken. It was just that I had gone too quick on it. So, don't worry about that. Now, we've tested everything. Time to talk warnings. I highly recommend that you build the prerequisite farms for this to get full use out of it. And by that, I mean you need to have a steady source of gunpowder, glass bottles, and that's basically it. I mean, gunpowder and glass bottles. Netherwort as well, but that's so manual anyways. Shulker farm, not strictly necessary, but you will need, a good number of shulker shells, because in 24 hours, this will fill up an entire side of this storage. This can run for about 48 hours. You do need to have some sort of dye in here. I would recommend lime, but you don't need to necessarily. You need a lot of chests, and just remember, the farm's going to turn off if you run out of stuff. Slime blocks aren't going to be an issue, obviously. Stone, I would imagine, is not going to be an issue for you. Glass bottles and gunpowder, you can probably be okay just doing a witch farm. So, really, it's not so bad. Obviously, you're going to have to get the allays from a Guardian outpost. And there's a lot of redstone components in this. This is an expensive build, don't get me wrong. This farm was very much designed for Amelix. We're building it on the SMP, and when me and Daniel were designing this, it was not being designed for ease of building or cheapness in mind. It was designed to be the best. And if you build this, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get the absolute best. So that's kind of my warnings and caveats here. One last thing we can check on is to make sure that there's nothing getting backed up in any of these hoppers. So all of these hoppers should pretty much be empty all the time because it's going so fast. Yes, we're seeing slime balls. And they're just getting immediately processed into slime blocks, running super quickly. And yeah, so I know that this has been an absolute monster of a video, going on for absolute ages, and I really do apologize that there was so much of me having to kind of go back and correct myself, but like I said before, it is a difficult build. This is tough. Oh, and one last thing, make sure before you leave the farm, don't unload the chunks with the potion brewers running. So make sure that these finish brewing. So like that one's done. And this one's not brewing. So do not unload the potion brewers. They will break. They will omega break. It'll be a pain. You'll have to empty out the whole thing and re-put everything back in. And probably have to go through that whole troubleshooting process again. Get familiar with troubleshooting these potion brewers, because no matter what you do, you're going to run into issues. Eventually, you're going to accidentally unload it. Something's going to happen, and you're going to need to fix something. But fixing stuff is usually as simple as emptying everything out and putting everything back in. So that's the good news. It's not hard, but it could be tedious. In any case, guys, I am exhausted. I'm starting to lose my voice from talking so much. This has been by far the most difficult video that I have ever had to make. The most difficult and just grueling altogether. I really, really hope that all of you have enjoyed this and you've liked seeing what amazing stuff this oozing slime farm can do. And please like and subscribe so that I can continue making videos like this, and hopefully, maybe in the future, even make more giant Amelix level, we'll call it, farms, and make tutorials for them. Because Lord knows we have enough small, easy, cheap stuff, right? Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll catch you later. Bye.